pancur sisada melamar ringismo bagai turang ale mardina kalakmo bekel masada duan dando ale kaki tapo duan dando ale kaki tapo.
All students, please turn on your camera and rename your Zoom with a format ID underscore name underscore university. Please turn on your camera and rename your Zoom with format ID underscore name underscore university. Because that will impact your score to be the best participant. All students, please turn on your camera and rename your Zoom with ID underscore name underscore university.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of our International Summer Course Architecture 2024. I'm Luis, and I hope you are all feeling refreshed and ready for another exciting journey.
And I'm Naya. It's fantastic to see so many of you back and eager to dive into today's session. We had an amazing start yesterday, and today promises to be just as enriching.
That's right. We have a fantastic lineup of events planned for you. From yesterday, we learned about history of Medan and cultural heritage to today's session, case method learning, digging for data. It's going to be a day full of excitement and insight.
Right. But before we dive in, we want to thank all of the lecturers, participants, and committee for making this event possible. Their support has been invaluable in bringing everything together.
And please turn on your camera and keep engaging with the class to be best participant for this year's summer course.
That's right. There are some criteria for you to be nominated for the best participant. You can search up the criteria in the program book that we have shared with you in the participant group.
And let's don't forget to give a round of applause for everyone who's joined today. Your presence make this event more special.
Okay. Without further ado, let's introduce our awesome moderators who will be guiding us for today.
Insinyur Hilma is a highly respected academic holding the title of Lektor Kepala at Universitas Sumatera Utara, where she has made significant contribution in the field of architecture and urban planning. She earned PhD and has an extensive background in sustainable design and green architecture.
Her research has been widely published in various international journals, and she is recognized for her work in areas such as green campus design, sustainability city planning, and the impact of thermal comfort on health in urban environments.
With her deep expertise and passion for sustainability, Dr. Hilma is the perfect guide for today's discussion. We're incredibly fortunate to have her with us. Please join us in welcoming Insinyur Hilma Fahrudin.
Good morning.
Good morning, Insinyur Hilma.
Hello, good morning. Thank you, MC, for introduce myself. Now I will guide the presentation from our speaker, Mrs. Nadia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is the next session for our International Summer Course of Architecture 2024. And today is the second day, to whom I respect Mrs. Nadia Purwestri and all of speaker and participants, students from various university from Malaysia, Singapore, and others. Mrs. Nadia Purwestri will provide material on digging for data. Digging for data is a term used to describe the process collecting, analyzing, and utilizing large amounts of data to generate meaningful insight. Mrs. Nadia Purwestri is a distinguished curator, researcher, cultural heritage restoration specialist, and the executive director of the Indonesian Architectural Documentation Center. She graduated from Tarumanagara University for bachelor degree, and in 2014, Mrs. Nadia received a grant to attend the Urban Heritage Strategies course at the Institute for Housing and Urban Development Studies, Erasmus University in the Netherlands. And now Mrs. Nadia is member of PDA, Executive Director of the Documentation Architecture Center. After Mrs. Nadia give the presentation, the participant can ask the question with raise your hand or write the question in chat room. To Mrs. Nadia, the time and screen is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Hilma. Hello, everyone. My name is Nadia, and now first I will share the screen for today lectures. Yeah. Today we will learn about how to do research on built environment. Why we should do a research. Research is the first step that must be done before carrying out the preservation of cultural heritage. In this summer course, you will learn about the historical urban landscape, doing cultural mapping. And in conducting the cultural mapping, we should already have a data or information about that area. This information is obtained through research. So let me start this lecture. Oh yeah, Miss Hilma, I think before my connection is not stable, I will turn off my video. Is that okay?
It's okay, Mrs. Nadia.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone knows what building is this and where? I think there is also a participant from Indonesia for this summer course. Is that right? Or this building? This is the famous one? Or this one? This area? Or this one? This one? This one? Does anyone know how to find these old maps? How to find them? This is an old map from several cities in Indonesia and also the old map of Singapore. Or this one. As a conservationist architect, my eyes immediately light up when I see these drawings. Why is that? Because these original drawings contain important information for the restoration of a building and how to find them. This is just an illustration of the research process. We try to find the information, the map from the old book. We discuss with the experts, etc. Before you start digging for data and searching of sources, it is important to be aware of the following aspect of architectural research. The first one is posing the right research question is an absolute necessity. If you don't ask the right question, or if you make it either too broad or too vague, it will be impossible to start looking for data. So this the first step of the research is defining your research question. And then based on your research question, it is also necessary to ascertain where you need to look for sources. Once you have identified your sources, you need to find out which one are accessible to you. Are the people who are involved still alive? Can you travel to the sources? Will the custodian of or owner of the sources allow you to access? Can you read and understand and thus interpret it? So this is the explanation for the second step, identifying collection and sources, and also the third step, what collection and sources to use and why. And number 4, how to use sources. When using online sources, make sure you use the contemporary and or locally prevailing names and spelling, because original names or terms are not changes or updated in digitized original sources. Looking for information using modern names or terms will fail. Research is not always easy or rewarding. Occasionally, information will be handed to you on a plate, but this is an incredibly rare occurrence. What you will find instead are bits, pieces, or snippets. It is up to you to utilize these scraps of information to make sense of them and reconstruct events based on both your findings and your knowledge. To achieve this, you have to work in an associate way. And number 6 is references to your sources allow others to check how you arrive at your interpretation of events. They show what data you use and how it supports your narrative. So this is also an important to filing and referencing your sources and also your data. When at some later point new data become available, your references will help others to revise or update your interpretation using the new material. So I will explain this step one by one. The first step is defining your research question. This is actually ask yourself why you want to know this. Why do you want to know the historical information of that building? Why do you want to know the historical information of the area? So before you start your research into a specific object, it is essential to formulate a clear and concrete question of what it is you want to know or hope to find. To formulate the right question, it might be helpful to ask yourself why you want to know this. So try to collect as much basic data as possible. The more in your question, in your research question, you should collecting the more W's is the better for you to step for the further step of the research. When you are collecting basic data, you are essentially looking for 5 questions that require an answer. What, where, when, who, and why. The fewer W's you have, the less specific your research question will be. and hence the harder it will be to find the information you are looking for. By answering these 5 W's, you can provide you with leads to new sources. The first is what? What is refer to the name or typology of the building? How was or is it known? What is the name of the building at that time and also now? What kind of building or structure is it? Or what is the name of the complex, the area, or the district where the object is located? Why type of buildings? What type of buildings? What kind of function or what type of area? And the second W is where. Where is refer to the location. Oh yeah, this is a kind of a hint for the Indonesian student. If you are doing research on the building or district from the colonial era, it is important to know the original name, which is the Dutch name of the object or of the building, because the archives later this afternoon you will doing practice to dig the information from the archives with Hyde Akihari, right? Because the archives about buildings from the colonial period were always written in Dutch, and so does the name of the buildings or district, or even the city. The second is where. Where is referred to the location, the city. Where is the object located? What are the historical and present address and house number? What is the district name? And what is the name of the city? The more accurate the current location or address, the easier it will be to find the corresponding address in the Dutch period. The Old Dutch address is a great help in your research. The third W is when. When is referred to the period, to the date. Check if there is a plaque or a foundation stone in the facade or inside the building that mention the opening of the building. Because usually during the colonial era in Indonesia and also in other city, the architects or the owner of the building put the date or the year when this building was built or when this building was start to in use. So please check it because the buildings itself is can be a source of information for your research. And then when is also the location of the object can also give you a clues. For example, in Medan, there is some location that developed during the colonial era, like the Lapangan Merdeka in front of the station. So the buildings in that area is mostly built in the same year when the colonial government also developed that area. It cannot be before of that period. And then estimate the year of construction based on the style. And then the fourth is who, that refer to the designers, the commissioners, also the owner. For most of the objects in Indonesia, from old buildings to town plans, the names of people involved in the making of the objects are not recorded. As mentioned above, sometimes you will find the name of the architect or contractor on a plaque on the facade or interior of the building. So it is also worthwhile if you can check if there is a plaque that mention the name of the architect or sometimes the contractor. For example, in one heritage building in Jakarta that built during the VOC era in 1710, the carpenter who involved in the construction of the building wrote his name in one of the wooden beam, in the construction of the roof. And then the original function of an object can also give you a clue about the commissioner. The owner or user of the building may provide give you with hints for starting our research, like a private or government or company. For the Indonesian student, while looking for names, keep in mind that the first trained architects in the Dutch East Indies arrived around 1900. Beforehand, the military engineers and contractors tended to design and construct the building. The original function of an object can give you a clue about the commissioner. The Dutch East Indies government was the commissioner of all governmental properties, such as offices and their premises, schools, post offices, and housing for personnel. But after 1870, private person, businessmen, and industry also began to commission buildings. And between 1903 and 1942, local government followed that also built their buildings. The last W is why. Why is a motive. Why the object was designed. Why the object was planned, and why the object was built, or even if it no longer exists, why it was demolished or destroyed. What was the occasion? Is there a historical event or reason that can be associated with the object? And why this building was built on this location? Partial answer to this question often require common sense as well as general and historical knowledge. For example, housing estates accommodating railway company employees are usually situated near a railway track and or railway station. So after the collecting basic data, formulate your research question as clearly and concretely as possible. A good question contains more than one W, every one of which will offer a separate lead to follow. So the first step, is after we define our research question is check the 5 W's in the research question, because these W's indicate sources and collection, and then after that we can select the sources and then study sources. And this is the example, the case study, when I did a research on the heritage building of the Ministry of Finance in Jakarta. My research question at that time was, is there any information about the A.A. Maramis building? A.A. Maramis building is the name of the buildings at present, which owned by Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, which is located on Jalan Lapangan Banteng Timur, number 2 till 4 in Jakarta, which was built by order of Daendels in 1809. Jalan Lapangan Banteng Timur is the current street names which this building was located. And I know that this building was built by order of Daendels, the Governor General in that's East India in 1809, because of there is a plaque in one of the walls of that buildings that inform us about the construction of this building. The plaque is explained that in 1809, Daendels started to build these buildings, and then in 1828, the Governor General Dubus was finished it. So it took quite a long time, the construction period of this building from 1809 until 1828. So let us check the 5 W's in my research question. The first W is what. what is the current name of the building is the AA Maramis building. So this is refer to the information about the building. And the second W is where. The building is located on Jalan Lapangan Banteng Timur, Jakarta. The original name of Lapangan Banteng was Waterloo Plain, and the original name of the area was Weltevreden. So this information lead to the information about the Lapangan Banteng, about Waterloo Plain, and also about Weltevreden, the name of the area during the colonial time. The third W is when the building was commissioned in 1805, as explained by the plaque in that building. And the fourth W is who. The construction by the building was commissioned by the Herman Willem Daendels, and the construction was completed by Dubus du Hisinis. Both are Governor General in Netherlands East Indies at that time, and this information related to the information about Daendels and also about Dubus. The second step is the identifying collection. When it comes to sources, there are few things that you need to be aware of for your next step. The first, that there are two kinds of sources, primary and secondary. Primary sources are original sources that have not been altered or distorted in any way. Primary sources of information can be artifacts, the building itself, documents, recorded interview, or other sources of information that were created at the time of research and serve as the original source of information for the topic. For example, original drawing of a building signed by the architects. And sources can be printed, digitized, or born digital. And then the secondary sources are historical sources that comment on or build on information that previously recorded in primary sources. For example, a books, an article, and etc. So printed sources could be the private document like diaries, letters, autobiography, or formal documents like the government documents, company document, or the notula of the meetings, and also the news from the newspaper or magazine. And non-printed sources could be the oral sources, as an interviews, recording of interviews, the cultural materials like the monuments, the buildings, artifacts, vehicles, etc., still image, picture, artwork, photo, maps, and also moving image like the films or videos. These are some institutions that provide digital collection services that can be accessed online, because some of you are from Malaysia, etc., and of course Indonesia. When doing research, these online sites can be used. It is not impossible that there are still other institutions that has the data that we are looking for, like the Durham University Library has a special collection of the Sudanese archive, and the Australian National University has collection of archives and a library that houses maps of the Asia Pacific. One of them is the Kuala Lumpur map in 1950. This is an example of searching the Raffles Hotel archives in the Singapore National Archives. You should find the right keywords to so that you can find the archives you are looking for. And these two slides and the following inform institution in Indonesia and the Netherlands that have digital collection that can be accessed online. So there are the National Archive of the Republic Indonesia, with house the complete VOC archives that can be also accessed online, and the other also some website from the Netherlands. An example of searching data regarding the Ministry of Finance Heritage Building on the delver.nl page. The keywords used are the name of the building written in Dutch according to what this building was called in the past. So the keyword is government kantor of Weltevreden. And this, as you see, there are some books that has the information about this building, and these are when I click one, so these are the article in that books. This is also example of searching data regarding the Ministry of Finance Heritage Building on the Leiden University Library. The keyword is Paleis of Weltevreden. Palace of Weltevreden is also this building's name at that time. So in this case, I try to find the old photos of that building. So with that keywords, Palace of Weltevreden, there are some photos, some old photos of this building. One of them is this one. And also, this is an example searching data on the National Museum van Wereldculturen page. The keyword is still Paleis. The keyword is Paleis van Daendels, Batavia. So it is important to write down the right keywords so we can get the data we are looking for. And it is also very important to know the original name or the old name of a building. So this is just example. For this occasion, I would also like to introduce a website that provides information about buildings and architects in Indonesia in the period after independence, arsitekturindonesia.org. This homepage is divided into two, namely museum and archives. Museum is the white one and the archive is the black one. Museum are archives that have been processed into a narrative with a certain theme, while archives are documents in the form of picture, photographs, and etc. So if we click on the archive, then we will be directed to the archive page, which is divided into exhibition, projects, architects, and media. Exhibition are archives regarding architectural exhibition that have been held both in Indonesia and abroad, such as at the Indonesian Pavilion at the Venice Biennale. And the project is a work of architecture, mostly in the form of a building. Architects is an archive of Indonesian architects, and media is an archive in the form of media, including films. If we click on the project, then we will be directed to several architectural works. Here, for example, the Istiqlal Mosque, the Independence Pioneer buildings, etc. And if we click one of them, then we will be able to see the building's archive. So step number 3, what collection and sources to use and why? Sources are essential for carrying out historical research. Without them, you cannot conduct any scientific or scholarly investigation. When collecting historical data, you should use all kinds of sources to pick up pieces of information. What collection and sources you have to use and why depend on what you are looking for, on what your research question is, and how the sources are presented and whether they are accessible. The following are the sources used in research of the heritage building of the Ministry of Finance and the reason why I use these sources. So from the National Archives of Indonesia, I use the collection of the cartographic manuscript from 17th until 19th century, the Han collection, and also the Kit Batavia. Why I use this collection? Because the Han, the one who used the one who established the cartographic manuscript, is an archivist of the Dutch East Indies in the early 20th century. The Han separated written material from drawings. And then why I use the collection of Kit Batavia? Because it has the collection of photographs of Batavia. And I also use the VOC Hoge Regering Archives collection from 1612 until 1811. VOC Hoge Regering is the archive of the High Government or Governor General Council in the Dutch East Indies. And also Batavia Archives from 1808 until 1811. Because it contains documents concerning the Batavia area. Also, the Algemeen Secretary Archive from 1816 and 1942, because it contains the records of the colonial central government since the restoration of Dutch control over Java in 1816. The index folio comprises books with tables of contents for each year, ordered by subject. As of mid-1826, the index folio contains a chapter called Government House at Weltevreden. And from the National Archives of the Netherlands in The Hague, I use the collection archive of Holland's Divisie Parijs because it contains material of the Ministry of Marine and Colonies in Paris, 1810-1814. Some documents are related to the Daendels' reign in the Dutch East Indies. And also, I use the Loeb map collection because contains several maps and drawings that also related to this building. From the National Library of Indonesia, there are special collection or rare publication. It contains contemporary books, magazine, and newspapers, including Batavia's Colonial Koran that was published in 1810 and 1812. And from the Leiden University Library, I use the Colonial Collection and KITLV Heritage Collection because contain the photographs, publication, and newspaper that related for this building. That was the sources of information and data that related to the buildings. And now the sources of information and data that related to location. From the National Archives of Indonesia, we use the Han collection, the cartographic collection, and also Kit Batavia. From the collection of the Han, we can find the maps of Weltevreden and Waterloo Plan from 1809 until 1927. No, sorry, it's mistyped. Is mistyped from 1809 until 1827, and some maps indicate the location of the building. And from the Kit Batavia collection, there are contemporary photographs showing the Waterloo Plain area and also the Weltevreden. From the National Archive of the Netherlands, the Loeb map collection, we could find the maps of Weltevreden and a map of Batavia showing the Koningsplein and Paradeplatz. Paradeplatz is the name of the Waterloo Plain, is also the name of the Waterloo Plain or Lapangan Banteng in 1823 and 1826. And the source for the sources of information and data related to Daendels, from the National Archive of Indonesia, I use the Kit Batavia collection and VOC Hoge Regering because there are some contemporary photographs of Daendels. And from the Hoge Regering collection, there are Daendels proposal to build a new residence for the Governor General in Weltevreden and the appointment of Johannes Jonkin as architects. Also, there is an archive about order of Daendels to Schulze and Jonkin to build the building, and a short biography of Johannes Jonkin. From the National Archive of the Netherlands, in the collection of Holland's Divisi Parijs archive, there is some material collected by Daendels, but mainly is a political correspondence. And the biography of civil servants in Netherlands is in this. There are some information about Trom and Schulze. So several archive of drawings and photos obtained from these sources consists of drawing of a partial facade of the government house in Weltevreden, section of the government house in Weltevreden of this building, the ground plan of the building, and also some old photographs. And these are two maps of Weltevreden from the collection of the National Archive of Indonesia. One map of Weltevreden shows the detail of Weltevreden with Ministry of Finance Heritage Building situated in the center. This map was signed by Trom in 1827. And also on the right is the map of Weltevreden, which is also indicate the location of this building. So for the close-up, sources related to the Ministry of Finance Heritage Building in Jakarta. From the Han collection, we get the drawings of the plan of the first floor, several kinds of foundation, plan of the ground floor dated November 1826, elevation of a part of the front facade, and plan of the unfinished building. From the Batavia collection, we can get the contemporary photographs of the buildings, and from the VOC Hoge documents, we get the information and document referring to Daendels' proposal to build a new residence for the Governor General in Weltevreden, the appointment of Johannes Jonkin as an architect, order to create the drawings, the general dimension of the new buildings, the order to acquire construction materials by demolishing certain buildings in Batavia. Among of them was the Hollandse Kerk in Batavia, the job description of Schulze and Jonkin, and the start of the foundation work. From the Batavia archives, 1808 and 1811, the documents including specification of building projects in the year 1809, the description of the construction of the foundation, the description of contractor delivering stones, kind of accountancy book related to the building costs. From the Algemene Secretary and Voorgangen, there are many archival documents that about the approval to finish the building, consent for the sale of buildings and materials to finance completion of the buildings, formation of a committee to supervise the building activities and secure completion before the end of 1827, the report about the construction process, requests from contractor, and approval during the completion process, and the 3-year maintenance contract with a Chinese contractor. From the Holland's Divisi Parijs archive, National Archive of the Netherlands, there were 2 plans of the first and second floor of the building, description of the names and sizes of the room, measurements and numbers of windows and doors. And from the Loeb map collection, we get the drawings of facades, a partial facade of the building, a section of the building, and a plan of the first and second floor. As you see that there are actually a lot of information that we can gather through the research about this building. And Step number 4 is how to use sources. After you have collected your sources, you are ready to begin using them. It is time to read and digest, analyze, and then organize the information of your source. For this part of the process, it is of little interest whether your sources are analog or digital. What is relevant, however, is to differentiate between primary and secondary sources. Both sources come with their own issues and bring their own relevance to the table. As a researcher, it is your responsibility to identify, to select, and interpret the information on your sources in relation to your research question. How you manage this is depend on what you are looking for, on the sources you have found, and on the information they contain. Actually, there are 4 scenarios are possible. The first one is the very ideal one, that if the information in your sources relates entirely to and answer your research question. So if you get in this situation, in this scenario, so what you do is very easy, just to copy the information correctly. But this is the ideal. This ideal scenario is not always happen to you. And the second scenario is if the information you have found only partially relates to yourself, to your research. It remains up to you to decide how the information helps you to answer your research question. And the third scenario is if your sources do not contain useful information, but give clues to other useful sources. So what to do is this information actually could be a useful to lead to another source that will bring you closer to an answer your question. So in this case, you need to consult those other sources. So for example, if the drawing in the above example omits to mention the name of the designer, but does contain a stamp with the name of an architectural firm, or the name of or signature of an official who signed the drawing, this information could be a useful lead to another source that will bring you closer to answer your question. The last scenario is if the source doesn't relate to your research question at all. So in this case, don't waste the time. Just abandon the source and start looking for ones that are more useful. Although all 4 scenarios occur, number 2, 3, and 4 are unfortunately the most common. On the example of the Ministry of Finance Heritage Building Research, I was very lucky at the time because the collected data are able to answer most of the questions we formulated at the beginning of our research. In particular, the primary data enabled us to trace the origin of nearly every aspect of the building, including its commissioner, the architects and contractors involved, and when and what changes were made. So I was lucky at that time. Step number 5, interpreting sources. What narrative can you distill from your sources? Once you have traced and collected your sources, the final question is how to interpret them. What narrative can you distill from your sources? Your interpretation will tend to mirror your selection and arrangement of sources. Particularly when you are a scholar, your decision about what information to include and what information to exclude needs to be a careful one. So it is very important that you should choose sources of information as objectively as possible, and then collect and select information relating to more than one aspect of the research question. To achieve objectivity, you need to keep two things in mind. The first is that you should collect and select information that address more than one aspect of our research question. Only when you study various sources will you be able to find out what answer may lay ahead of you. Striving for objectivity also implies that you keep our text free from positive or negative judgmental adjective, and preferably from exclamation marks. When you stick to these two rules, you will be able to write an objective interpretation. It is important to keep this in mind while writing up your research. So, when writing, please consider and think about what information is contained in the data. Then examine research question, data, and interpretation back and forth. Be sure to include observation and analysis of the object of the research and compare historical data with the condition of the research object. But there is also the limitation that the quality of the interpretation is only limited to the quality of the source of information. And be aware that new or other sources may cause revision to interpretation that have been made. Variation may occur between one's interpretation and that of another researcher, even when using the same source of information and data. The fact that findings of historical research are hardly every absolute is part and parcel of research in the humanities and thus of architectural historical research. The last step is the filing and referencing sources and data. The filing system should enable us to find and refer to sources of information and data used during research. To enable your audience to trace your research step and for yourself to consult and refer to your sources, it is essential to file and document your sources and research data systematically. What system you use and where you store your sources and data is irrelevant. What is relevant is, however, is that your filing system allows you to find and refer to your sources and data. So this is the narrative and example on how the interpreting and referencing sources. In short, the history of the building we unearthed can be categorized in the following manner. In 1809, Governor General Herman Willem Danders appointed the construction of a new palace in Weltevreden. Danders commissioned the new building as part of his plan to move the governmental offices from Batavia to Weltevreden. The reason behind the move was that Batavia was notoriously unhealthy because Weltevreden was situated a few kilometers inland and on higher and drier grounds. Danders decided Weltevreden was a more suitable site for his official and military than Batavia. The name of his new place to be was the White House, or Het Witte Huis, but also the Large House, or Het Grote Huis, and Weltevreden Palace, or Paleis Weltevreden. Constructed in two phases between 1809 and 1811 and between 1826 and 1828. The first phase came to a halt in 1811 when Danders' term in the Dutch East Indies was over. Construction was resumed in 1826 by order of Governor General Leonard de Bruce de Gisigny. By the time the building was completed in 1828, it was decided that the building was not going to be used as a Governor General Palace, but as governmental office. The General Secretary or Algemeen Secretary, Director Directorate of Government Resources and Territories, Directorate of Governmental Products and Warehouses, Governmental Printers, and post office were among of the building's first occupants. After Indonesian independence, the building was predominantly occupied by the Ministry of Finance, but also once for the Parliament and the state auctioneers. The original building consisted of a main building flanked by a wing to its north and south side. This main building was to be the Governor General's official residence. The two wings were to accommodate government offices and premises for the government guests. The main building and two wings consisted of two high floors on top of a low ground floor. To the back of these buildings, stables accommodated 120 horses and carriages. 3 architects were involved in the building's design and supervision: Lieutenant Colonel Schulze, Johannes Jonkin, and Trom. For the delivery of building materials and the construction of the building, the Dutch commissioner and supervisor worked closely together with Indonesian and Chinese contractors, suppliers, and construction workers. For example, the sources we discovered mention that Kyo, Ui Singkit, Choa Pun Lau, Choa Engkong, Choa Kim Sui, Samsudin, and Chimer supplied the building's brick. Then Lim Fat Sin worked on the foundation and walls, and that Chung Se was contracted for carpentry and bricklaying. The first major alteration, the construction of a wooden bridge to connect the main building with its north wing, executed in 1857. In the 1970s, a copy of this bridge was built to connect the main building to its south wing. In the interior, various alterations were made between 1973 and 1975. Examples include the installation of toilet utilities and partition walls to create extra offices, to allow the installation of air conditioning and keep maintenance loss at a low. To allow the installation of air conditioning and keep maintenance costs at a low, ceilings were lowered and all walls were covered with wooden panels. The appearance of the building at the time of our research corroborated our finds in archives and libraries, while the building had undergone major changes, which, thanks to archives and libraries, we could now date and identify the 2004-2005 design and layout of the building turned out to be still original. So these are some reference notes that I use when I write these narratives. So the last one, example, from the research of Ministry of Finance Heritage Building interpretation from data collection during research. This is all the references we were used at that time. It's some bibliography, archives, maps, photos. So let's start with a good research. Thank you and hope you will enjoy my lecture. Thank you, Ms. Hilma.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nadia, for a very interesting presentation. Now we open the discussion session for the audience. Our participants are welcome to ask a question to Mrs. Nadia. Maybe you can raise your hand or type your question in chat room. We have around 30 minutes for question and answer session. Anybody who have a question, because it's very interesting?
Either all of you are understand or you are not understand at all my lecture.
Maybe I have one question for Mrs. Nadia. Can I ask?
Yes,
one
please.
question. For collect the data and then uh, we follow the 6 steps. How
Mhm.
long does the historical heritage documentation process from your experience, maybe?
Oh, do you mean the research process?
Yeah, the process for documentation for one building or one heritage, historical heritage.
Okay. Actually, it depends on how big is the building for the documentation process. But for the research process, uh, it is whether the building was small or big or an area. So it doesn't relate to the time. The process of doing a research, because doing a research is much more related on how difficult to find the information. Like for this Ministry of Finance buildings, documentation and research, it takes about 6 months because this is quite big buildings. The research itself also took, until we finish with our narrative story of the buildings, it also took 6 months. But in 6 months, we can gather a lot of information, a lot of data, as you saw in my presentation, that we almost can find everything, historical information about this building. What we were missing at that time is we couldn't find an old photographs that shows the interior of the building. So all the photographs, all the old photographs we found were only from the exterior, from the outside of the building. Not a single photos show the interior of the building. So we don't know exactly the original interior, what was looks like.
From the next, from the 6 steps, which one the most difficult step?
Which one the most difficult step? Yeah, the first one is to determine the right research question, because before you make a question, the research question, so you should at least read some information of the buildings. You made kind of a small research from the reference book, or you are now you can googling via internet on together some small information about the buildings. Then you can define your research question, because a good research question should contains many W's. You cannot define research question like what is the history of the Ministry of Finance building. Yeah, that's not a good research question, because it only contain one W, what, that refer to the name of the building. But if you, before you define your research question, you did a small research, so you can make a kind of a good research question that's contain another W, like the location of the buildings, or the owner of the buildings, or who commissioned of the buildings, or the date of when the building was erected, or the era when the buildings was built. So that is also the the difficult part. And then the second is also if you don't know the old name of the buildings, so it is difficult to find the best keywords to gather all information through the online website that like the National Archive, like the Leiden University Library, or whatever, because mostly, yeah, this is for Indonesian case. Mostly, all the archives were written in that, so you should know the name of the buildings or the name of the area at that time in that language. If you don't know that, if you want to know about the city hall, the old city hall buildings in Medan, you cannot write the keywords in English or in Indonesia, City Hall Medan or Balai Kota Medan. No, you should try to find the name of the building in that name, because at that period when the building was established, it was in the colonial era, and people use the Dutch language. And also, if you don't know the name of the building in the Dutch language, you can also try the keywords Medan, but then you get a very much entry. So you don't have time to compile one by one. You don't you will not have time to search in a huge entry of the information about Medan. So the second is the how to find the right keyword. Yeah, I think that is and also the most difficult part is the if there's four scenario, right, that I explained. If you are in the third or in the fourth scenario, so that's also difficult.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Nadia, for the answer. So we have one question in chat room from Nazla Ulaya. She want to ask about secondary data. Is there any way to ensure that the secondary data we find is accurate? There may be many articles with incorrect information.
Yes, thank you for the question, Nasla Ulaya. Yeah, I think if we Google about the some information about one building, so please choose that the source is from the like the universities publication or yeah you I think if you googling with one word like the City Hall of Medan, there will be many entry on your laptop, on your computer. But please choose the information that published in a journal, or that published by the university, or a book. So please, sometimes I almost never use the information that published by the media, like the newspapers or magazine or a blog, because sometimes people has a blog that give the information about one heritage building, except if the owner of the blog is kind of a very well-known historian, or well-known people that we can trust their opinion, and also try to find the secondary data in a good book. I mean, a book that was published by the like the academic professor or academic researcher, not a book that published by the travelers that writes their journey and explain about the heritage building. I think that was the strategy on to find the accurate information on the secondary data.
Okay, maybe we must has a lot of time to find the accurate data for the first before we continue to the next step, right, Mrs. Nadia? Okay, we have a second question from Putri Fatira. Uh, she asked, Mrs. Nadia has mentioned before that research question is the most difficult to determine. So the question is, which the most useful between primary and secondary data, which is the most useful for your project?
Okay, thank you. My answer is both are useful for me because usually I use the secondary data. I read a book or I read an article about that explained about that building before I could find the primary data. So before I could find the archive, usually I read the reference book first. So I use both because if you before you read the secondary data like in a reference book or reference article, whatever, is it difficult to start your research on primary data? I mean, in my case, to start my research in the archives because with the information from the secondary data from the reference book or from the reference article, so I know I know more information about the building, like the name of the building in the old times, the name of the location during the colonial era, etc. And that information I use to find the primary data through the research in an archive. So both are useful for me.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nadia. Any question from participant? Maybe you want to ask directly to Mrs. Nadia, you can raise your hand. Yeah, this topic is very interesting because there are a lot of steps and we must first we must continue the the process from data, secondary and primary data, and then after that we must fulfill the documentation and etc. Maybe from participant, you have any question? We have around 15 minutes for a question and answer session. I think the participant is understand about
Yeah.
the,
And
the
Ms.
material.
Hilma, what is the case study for this summer course? What area and what building?
The case study is in Kesawan Street, Kesawan area.
Oh, okay, okay.
They will divide it into 4 groups, and the groups is will guide with by for our speakers who will come to Medan.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's very clear the presentation and the audience is understand all of
I
the.
hope.
We hope they understand because they have a project after this. Uh, so, thank you, Mrs. Nadia Puesri, for the valuable time and knowledge, hopefully useful for all participants and for their next project. For next, please allow us to give an award in form of placard and certificate to Mrs. Nadia.
Oh, thank you.
Please knowledge, hopefully useful for all participants and for their next project. For next, please allow us to give an award in form of placard and certificate to Mrs. Nadia.
Oh, thank you.
Hopefully useful for participants and for their next project. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nadia. So, the conclusion for this session is digging for data is very important for documenting the
Thank you.
historical
Thank
heritage.
you.
Yeah, original data, map, and drawing is needed. Data can form diaries, company document, news, and etc. Ultimately, digging for data empowers organization to harness the potential of big data, driving innovation and more informed decision making in an increasingly data-driven world. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Nadia, for your contribution. I will close it with pantun. Sungguh segar minum air selasi. Sekian dan terima kasih. So I return it to MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum
Thank you.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Dr. Hilma. As a token of appreciation to Engineer Hilma Tamiami Fahrudin ST, Master of Science PhD GP, for moderating the first session, Introduction of Case Method Learning 1, Teaching for Data from Ms. Nadia Purwasti.
The International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Engineer Hilma Tamiami Fahrudin ST, Master of Science PhD GP. Thank you, Engineer Hilma Tamiami.
From Ms. Nadia Purwasti.
The International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Engineer Hilma Tamiami Fahrudin ST, Master of Science PhD GP. Thank you, Engineer Hilma Tamiami. The International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Engineer Hilma Tamiami Fahrudin ST.
Thank you very much for committee.
All right, before we move on to the next agenda, I am going to remind you again to read the program book that our team has shared with you in the participant group.
Yes, don't forget to read the program book. And for the next part, we will explain about the discussion group assignment. But before that, we going to have break for 15 minutes.
Thank
So
you.
have a nice
Okay.
break all.
Nice break.
hancur sisa melameringis mo bagai turang ale mardina kalak mo bekel masada duan dando ale kapita mo duan dando ale kapita mo.
Jadi
rancur sisa melameringis mo bagai turang ale mardida kalak mo bekel masada duan dando duan dando duan dando ale kapita mo duan dando duan dando duan dando ale kapita mo. Kita wancur sisa melamerismo bagai turang ale mardina kalakmo bekel masada duan dando ale kapitapo duan dando ale kapitapo. Kijong mare kijong.
Test. All right, if everyone, the 15-minute break is over, so let's go over a few important details to ensure everything runs smoothly today.
Okay, we're gonna talk about case method learning, bridging for data. We're gonna have group discussions, so please pay attention to this explanation.
Okay, so there are 5 buildings that we are going to use, and one group gonna have one building to explain in the poster. But since we are only have 4 groups, so we're gonna choose 4 out of 5 of this building.
There are Chong Api, ex-post office kantor, ex-hotel debur, ex-roadhouse police, ex-warrant police. Okay, I will repeat it. The first one, Chong Api, ex-post office kantor, ex-hotel debur, ex-road police, ex-warrant police. So we're gonna use for buildings.
Yes, out of 5.
So for the next, okay, the guideline, posters should be one page, A4 size, in landscape orientation paper.
Yes.
The second, you may use Canva, Photoshop, PowerPoint, or any similar design tool.
Yes, and for the content criteria, address the following: what, where, when, and who. And then include a comparison between an old photo and the current one.
For the rules, groups will be determined using the spin wheel. Enter the breakout room and case method learning. Discuss a 10 a.m. GMT plus 7 until 12 p.m. GMT plus 7. This assignment is worth 10 points.
And the presentation will begin at 3 p.m. until 4 p.m. So after the second session, each group has 10 minutes with 5 minutes feedback from Dr. Ho.
And then upload your assignments to Google Classroom by 11:59 p.m. GMT plus 7. Late submission will affect to your score. Please be aware of the deadline. And there is a class code for Google Classroom.
Yes.
You can input the code to the classroom.
Please go into the classroom right now, because we already have the assignment assigned. And next.
And for the next, there are Google Drive for access the presentation that
It's the material.
is given to us.
Yes, you can access the drive to achieve the material. Okay, next, we are going to
Spin
play
wheel.
a spin wheel for deciding the building for each group. Yes. This
For group 1,
the spin
let's-
wheel for group 1. Okay, we're gonna start the spin wheel for group 1.
Oh, please stop.
So we're gonna try once again
Once again.
for group 1.
Okay, operator, please reveal it. Exposed office.
So group
First.
1 will have exposed office building for the material of their posters.
Okay, for the next, the second group.
For the second group, oh, it's a zone again. Okay, we're gonna play once more. It is it's the zone. For group 2,
X follow group 1.
yes.
Okay, for the third group.
Spin wheel for the third group. What is gonna be?
Okay, let's play again.
Oh,
X Raat quiz.
yeah. For the third group, gonna have extra quiz for their material.
And for the last,
For the last group,
the fourth group.
for the fourth group,
X Water quiz.
Okay. For the fourth group, gonna have X1 who is for the material for the post.
Okay, let's repeat it. For the group one, X post O please.
Yes.
For the group two, X hotel the board. And for the third group, X Raat please. And for the last or fourth group, X one please.
Okay.
Okay, please note that discussion will end at 12:30 p.m. GMT 7. You can continue working as needed after that. But remember that we have another class scheduled at 2 p.m. GMT 7.
Right. And the presentation will start at 3 p.m. And remember, each poster should include both historical photos and current images of the building.
If you have any questions or need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Let's make this session productive and engaging.
Okay, everyone, good luck and let's get started. Let's start the discussion with each group.
Okay, you can join to breakout room. There are breakout room for group
Each
one,
group,
group
yes.
two, and
Group 3, group 4, and group. Oh, there is no group 5. So group 1 can enter the breakout room for the group 1, and group 2 can enter room group 2, and so on. Can anyone access the breakout room? Okay, everyone, good luck.
good luck, everyone.
pancur sisa melameringis mo bagai turang alemar di dakalakmo bekel masada duan dando duan dando duan dando alekati tapo duan dando duan dando duan dando.
All right, it is 2 p.m. already, meaning our break time is over. We will wait for 3 minutes for other participants to rejoin the meeting. For all participants, please turn on your camera. Check. For all participants, please turn on your camera.
International Summer Course Architecture 2024 participants may turn their cameras back on as a sign of attending the class and respecting the speakers and the moderators who will be presenting today's class.
For the next agenda, we will listen to material about workshop on teaching for data.
But before that, let's introduce our awesome moderator for today's second session, Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you today as we hear from a distinguished lecturer in architecture, Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman.
Mr. Rahman holds a Master in Architecture from Deakin University, Australia, and a bachelor degree from UITM, Malaysia. He has extensive teaching experience, including subjects like design studio and construction technology.
His career spans both academia and industry, with roles as a junior graduate architect and assistant architect in notable firms across Malaysia. He also contributes to academia through various administrative roles.
Mr. Rahman is also a researcher focusing on enhancing creativity in architectural designs and addressing language challenge in technical jargon.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman.
All right, thank you very much to the MC for this afternoon. Sorry I didn't catch your names. All right, I'm Abdurrahman. Okay, so today, how are you all today? Have you all eat for your lunch? All right, Malaysia is like 1 hour plus to the Indonesian time. Okay, for us for today, I would like to introduce our speaker, which is Dr. Hugh Akihari. Did I pronounce it correctly, right? All right.
Akihari, yes. Thank you.
Akihari, all right. Okay, I would like to talk about him for a bit. He is an accomplished art and architecture historian based in the Randstad, Netherlands. Okay, I've never been there, and specialized in shared heritage between the Netherlands and Indonesia. So with a robust career spanning over 4 decades, he has extensive experience in conceptualizing and visualizing exhibitions, museums, and collection management, and conducting research in art, architecture, and art objects. Akihari is a prolific writer and editor with a significant list of publication, served as a fully Dutch licensed senior consultant in communications. So Akihari currently holds a position of head collection and museum in Maluku in the Hague. How do you pronounce this? Hague.
The
Right.
Hague.
The
The
Hague,
Hague.
okay, where he previously served as a consultant, and his expertise includes managing museum collections, advertising on conservation and restoration materials, and curating museum exhibits. His works involves collaboration with the numerous Indonesian institutes and heritage clubs. And he frequently lectures at various universities in Indonesia, I suppose, including USU, right? Right.
Correct. Correct. Yes.
Throughout his career, Akihari has worked with a prestigious institution such as Rijksmuseum Amsterdam. I've never been there yet. Been in Europe, but I've never been to Amsterdam. Museum, Helmond, and the Dutch Institute of Architecture. His professional journey includes roles such as being the executive director of the Museum Maluku. Okay. The second one is senior consultant of communication at Amsterdam's Steunpunt Wonen, and the director of communication at Kennis Network Amsterdam. So his contribution in the field of heritage and museum management are widely recognized, making him the key figure in preservation and promotion of Dutch-Indonesian shared heritage. So it's quite a big portfolio there. So you guys
Long
better
list.
capture all of his knowledge that he's going to throw to you. Make sure you write it down, jot it down, so that it will benefit you in future. So his education starting in 1985 until 1986 to Leiden University in Bahasa Indonesia. You learn Bahasa Indonesia, right? And then he went to Institute Technology Bandung at 1984 until 1985. I'm reading it the other way around. No,
Backwards.
I'm reading backwards. I'm sorry. So he started Universiteit van Amsterdam in History of Arts from 1976. I was not born yet at that time, until 1986. And then he goes to University of Amsterdam, History of Arts, painting from the 7th century to the 19th century, minor, right? That's from 81 to 86. And then 81 to 86 is history of architecture as the major. The history of arts painting was the minor degree. Is it degree, right? Correct?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And then he went to Institute Technology Bandung for architecture during that time too. And then he took the minor in Bahasa Indonesia. All right. I'm reading again. So his professional membership is from 1983 until now. So how many years is that?
Too long.
Too long. Too long to remember. Okay, in Erfgoz Zaken, okay, as a freelance art and architecture historian, researcher, writer, and exhibition maker. So that's just some of his profile, which he want to share with you for this purpose of summer camp. So I would like to remind Dr. Hugh Akihari that you will have only about 1 hour to deliver your speech, and then we're going to go to the group presentation with commented feedback from you as per group. So after this, each group will have 10 minutes, and then 5 minutes feedback from Dr. Hugh Akihari. So I'll present the floor to you.
Oke, terima kasih banyak ya Thank you all for watching. A very good morning from Holland. It's jam 9 di sini ya, pagi. So I was 1 hour too early. Already at 8 o'clock, I was sitting here ready to deliver my speech, but the time difference is not 6 hours, but 5 hours. So my mistake. Doesn't matter. Thank you all for inviting me again as a key speaker at the University of Sumatra Utara. Let's start. Let's start the lecture. I hope you can show me, because I have sent the lecture in a PDF or PowerPoint, and you can see it now. This morning in Medan, Ibu Nadia has told you already a lot about the tool with the name Digging for Data, mencari data in Bahasa Indonesia. And what I will do is to next slide, please. What I will do is to be very pragmatic and show you how to do research into the 5 case studies which are given by the organization to you. What you can see here is a barcode and also a link to an online folder. You can click on it. Hopefully you can go inside. Next slide, please. And in this online folder, I have collected some data for you already. You can see here the digging for data dalam bahasa Indonesia, but also the English version in PDF. You can read it if you don't have this publication. It's a very handy tool. What you also can see here in this folder are 2 important leaflets. One is on write down sumber informasi. It's also a PDF with the latest links to online sources you can use. I have checked the lines again because they change every 3 months. So the Sumber Online page in Digging for Data is outdated. So what you can see here is the newest page with the working links to collections in the Netherlands, but also in Indonesia and Germany, which is a new one. Also, next slide, you will find the folder with literature, which is maybe very handy for you to read. One is very important for today, which is the Medan Beeld van een Stad. It's also in Dutch. All the literature is in Dutch. Sorry, so you have to use Google Translate to translate the Dutch text. It's in PDF, so it's no problem. You can copy the text and then put it in Google Translate and see what kind of translation it will give. Medan Beeld van een Stad is a very important book because there are many pictures of buildings in the book. It has also an important map of the city, which can be used for the 5 case studies. It has also a list of street names, the old ones, the old Dutch names, and the present names, street names in Medan. And you will find also a comprised list of literature, which is very handy for further reading. So this publication is handy for you today. Also, I have included my first publication, which is from 1990, which is Architectuur en Stedenbouw in Indonesia. It means architecture and town planning in Indonesia. It's about the bangunan kolonial. It's about Dutch colonial architecture It's a first overview of what was happening in the Dutch Indies with a list of, at that time, known architects with references to literature, publications they made, etc., etc. And you will find some names in it which are useful for your case study today. Also, and that's what I found yesterday, is a booklet. It's called Daily Data. It's from 1863 to 1938 with all kinds of historic data happening in the Delhi area, for instance, also Medan. So check those literature to find important data which can help you in your research into architecture and objects that are to be monitored. That's it. And also there's a folder of Andri, which is maybe for you interesting to find out what you can find at the National Archive in Jakarta. Andri is Arsip Nasional Republik Indonesia, and it will contain some nice information about what you can find over there. Okay, next slide. You can see here the two parts I will discuss today. Digging for data, 6 steps, but very shortly, because it's more or less a repetition of what you heard today, this morning, by Ibu Nadia. And we will go further into the 5 case studies, which are today, or which are this year. First of all, Raadhuis Medan, also called Gemeentehuis. It's the town hall of Medan. The second one is Hotel de Boer, which was an old hotel already at the end of the 19th century, founded by, and that's of course Mr. de Boer. The name of the hotel was called after the owner. The third case study is Kantoor Delhi Spoorwegmaatschappij, and that's an office of the train company Delhi Spoorwegmaatschappij. The fourth is a shop at Kesawan with the name Tip Top, nice name. And the fifth is the post office, or kantoor pos, or postkantoor in Dutch. So these are the 5 case studies that you will have to tackle today by finding data about these buildings. Next slide, please. Yes, okay. In short, the Digging for Data booklet describes in 6 steps how you can do research to find specific data about buildings or objects that you are looking for. The 6 steps, in short, is defining your research question, which is very important, of course, otherwise you don't know what you're looking for. Identifying the collections and sources that could be used by you to do research. Also, what collections and sources to use and why. This is the 3rd step. The 4th step is how to use those sources. 5 is interpreting the sources, interpreting the data. And 6 is also documenting the findings in footnotes or in reference, etc., etc. Okay, we will look closer to the first 3 steps because those are very important for today. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, you see the scheme of the 6 steps. The next one. I will go, because this is a repetition of this morning. Your question of or objective of research. What do you want to know is quite important to start your research. But you also have to think about that you have to define your boundaries. What are you looking for? Time and space. Because if you make your question too wide, you are losing yourself into too much searching for data. That's why it's very important to make your first research question very concrete, very simple and concrete, so that you can focus on a specific object or specific finding that you're looking for. And also you keep in mind, why do I want to know this? Huh? Because that also will give direction to your question and to your searching. Okay, next slide, please. So important is to find the 5 basic, as we call it, 5 W's. And if you find them, write them down. And from those 5 W's, you can formulate a clear and concrete question. Okay, Ibu Nadia has explained this morning. Next slide, please. So the 5 W's are, and those are basic data to find out what is the object or building, huh? Where, the location of the object. When, that's the date. When was the building designed or built? Who designed it? Who's the designer? Who's the architect? Who were involved with the building? Contractors, or who was the commissioner, or whatever? And why? What was the reason that this building was built, or was designed? So those are 5 important W's that can be found to do further research into what you're looking for. Okay, next slide. So let's look at the 5 W's. We have what, the first thing. What is the object of building? What is the present name or function? And what was the original name? Because the original name or original function of the building is important to look into the Dutch sources from, let's say, the 1920s or 1930s. If you look at the 5 case studies of today, they are all in the period 1900-1942. So it means that we can check and we can trace back the original functions of the 5 buildings. As you can see, they were promoted, they were put by the organization of this conference, said as ex post office, ex this, former this, former this, former this. So we need to know the original function of the building, and also the official name of the building as it was built by that time. Also important, are there any names on the buildings itself, so that which can be used as a lead for further investigation, for further research. Next slide, please. The location. Present location is, of course, important. The address, and also very important is what was the old Dutch address. Well, to find out, you can check the booklet of Medam Beeld van een Stad. But I also have given you those because there is a file in the folder which the old addresses and the 5 case studies of Medam. Check the folder. Okay, next slide. Also important is when, the date of completion or the date of designing, what dates are connected to the object or building. For instance, check the building itself. Sometimes you can see a plaque with the notation anno 1912. Means that in the year, anno means in Latin year, in this year, 1912, for instance, the building was finished. The building was built, or the building was opened, whatever reason it was. So it's a lead towards the narrowing of a time and year that you have to look for. If there is no annotation on the building itself, you have to use, or you have to think and look at the building itself, and maybe you can date the building by reading its architectural style. Sometimes it's very helpful if you know that you can read the building itself and can say, well, this building is not from the 17th century, but it is, let's say, in the 1920s. That's important. And as an architecture student of architecture, you have to know the building styles and how to read them on the buildings itself. In one of the buildings, next slide, please. You can see plaques which are on the facade. Here it is, this was a building, the former Warenhuis in Medan. The architect was Mr. Bos, and the year was 1920. These kinds of information on the building itself will help you in doing research. So these are two W's which are given by the building itself. The architect name, who, but also when. The first, anno 1920. Okay, next slide. Who's related to the building, like architects, contractors, commissioners, etc., etc. Next slide, please. For instance, again, here it's a plaque which says the first stone was laid on the 16th of February in 1990. And as we could see, anno 1920, the building was ready and was opened. But the first stone, it says on this plaque, was laid by Daniel Baron Mackay, and he was Lord Mayor of the city of Medan. And his name you can also use to find any information about this Lord Mayor. Maybe he was involved in the building by giving commission or by giving, how do you say, permission to build this building. Okay, next slide. The reason why something was built, that's also important. Why? Why was the object or building built? Or what was the occasion? Next slide, please. So these are the 5 W's, the 5 V's as we know. Try to find as many as possible. And then try to define your research question. Next one, next please. Examples of good questions. For instance, what's the function of the Raadhuis or town hall? Who founded Hotel de Boer? Who's the architect of the office of the Daily Spoorwegmaatschappij? Or what is the history of the Toko Tip Top? Or more reasonable, are there any drawings or of Kantor Post, of the post office? Well, these are simple questions. So from these questions, you have to try to find your sources where you have to start looking. Okay, next. Step 2, identifying collections and sources. Because of your search question, those questions will point out to what kind of collections or sources you have to look for. If you say, I want to know something more about the location of an object, very simple, you have to use maps. Maps to start your investigation, and you can check the collections that contain maps of Medan. It's the same thing with archives. If you have, let's say, the Daily Spoorwegmaatschappij, try to find in the archives if there are any, if there is any information about the company itself, the Daily Spoorwegmaatschappij. If you know other buildings, try to find in photo collections to see old pictures of the buildings, because those pictures are often dated, which can help you in restoring or rewriting the history of a building. If you say, I don't know the date of a specific building, but I have here a photograph dated 1910, and the building is on the picture, you know exactly that the building was already existent in 1910, which will helpful in forming your thoughts about the date, exact date of the building. Very good sources are newspapers. The 5 case studies of today are in between 1900 and 1942. And at that time, there were a lot of journals in the Dutch Indies, published journals that were mentioning all kinds of events or historic events of buildings that were opened up, etc., etc. If you look into those newspapers, you will find a lot of data, a lot of hits towards the buildings. We will check later on. Objects, films, these are also sources. Next slide, please. To give you some information, we are trying to look for collections. You have the archive, you have the maps, you have the photograph, you have text, books like journals, newspaper, reports, also reference books, which will be helpful, and I will give you an example later on. Of course, maybe because if there are young objects, sometimes people connected to the building are still living. You can interview them, you can find them and ask for information. But the most, best information is the object itself, is the building itself. So if you can go to the building in Medan, go to the building and visit the building and look for yourself, because you have to read the building itself, because it gives you a lot of information, which will help you to go back to your sources and check them. Okay, next slide. I have put some slides here with examples of data or kind of sort material you can find. This, for instance, is our drawings found in ANRI, in Jakarta, archives, maps, drawings, blueprints, etc. Next slide, please. A plan of Surakarta Fort, Vastenburg, also an old picture, also to be found in ANRI. Photographs and maps, very important. Next slide, please. Next. Newspapers, very important to use as a source. We have many newspapers, magazines in the Dutch Indies published, like, for instance, the Locomotief, the Java-bode, the Indische Courant, and for Medan you had the Sumatra Post, and they were and they published every day, so you can check those materials at the National Library of The Hague, and I will show you later. Okay, next slide, please. Magazines, also architectural magazines, like, for instance, the Ingenieur in Nederlands-Indië, the Engineer in Indonesia, published in the 1920s, in the 1930s, for engineers, for building practitioners, explaining what was built in the Dutch Indies, in this case, Villa Isola in Bandung, with ground plans and pictures during the building itself. So these kinds of magazines are also very important, and you can find them online. Next slide. Also very informative are the ads, advertorials in those magazines. And you can see here the advertisement of a specific contract firm, which is Condor NV, and they built in the 30s and 40s a lot in Indonesia. As you can see, it's published in the Ingenieur in Indonesia. So this was after 45 published, and you can see here examples of buildings that were built in the 40s and 50s in present-day Indonesia. Next slide. Okay, some remarks about step 2, identifying your collections and sources. You have to remember, there are primary sources and secondary sources. Primary sources are, for instance, the building itself, primary sources are always close to the date of completion of the building. A primary source is also a first picture of the building after completion, or some remarks by the architect itself or by the contractor about the building. Those are primary sources. Secondary sources are usually interpretations of primary sources. So if I'm writing about an object or a building, it's a secondary source. And sources could be analog, as they were in former times, digitized. Analog books that are digitized become digitized, digital form, or sources that are from the start born digital, which are just not published, but only published online. You have private and public institutes and private persons, which are sources. And you can look into sources in the Netherlands, and we have many collections because they have started to digitize the collections in last 20 years. But you also have now digital sources in Indonesia. Sometimes it's hard to access them, but they are getting there, especially at National Archief. Okay, next one. My tip for you is, if you're starting to do research into the 5 case studies, the best way is to start with secondary sources, because they can point at specific primary sources or important sources that are useful for you. So if you Google, for instance, Hotel Tip Top or Toko Tip Top in Medan, you get hits in Google pointing at different collections or things where you can find more detailed information. It's also information found online that in secondary sources that you can choose the relevant primary sources easily. So it will help you. So checking online for the first time is good, but you have to go deeper into the most wishful primary sources. Okay, next slide. Yeah, it's maybe what are you looking for? Your research question, how the research sources are presented, and also it's very important, are they accessible? If you look data or you find sources that are very promising, but you can't access them because they are not, the given information is not online, or you have to go to the institute itself, it's also information that can be useful. So don't think everything is online. No, finding data online is helpful in making your first steps in your research into finding data. Sometimes, and let's say 5 or 10 years ago, it was almost mandatory to visit the institutes itself. But by defining your question, it is good to know what you are looking for. For instance, 20 years ago, we had a lot of students or researchers from Indonesia. They came to Holland to National Archief or to Leiden University with the question, yeah, we come from Bandung, for instance, and we want to know about Bandung. Well, that's not a question, because what are you looking for? So the more specific your question is, the more helpful the Dutch sources can be for you, institutes, private persons, or whatever. So that's why. Okay, next question, next slide. Okay, let's go to the sources online which are present in the Netherlands. For your 5 case studies, these 4 mentioned here: Leiden University, National Archief, National Archive in The Hague, the Royal Library, also in The Hague, and TU Delft, the Technical University of Delft, is also important because they have a repository made with a collection of data and collection of objects, books, and photographs about the colonial architecture in Indonesia. Leiden University is one of the most rich sources to do research. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, before that, you will find in your online folder the sources online with a small description of the institute or collection with the link. If you click on the link will open and you can look into the database of the institute. Go to the search field and fill in your search term. Usually use Dutch names and check carefully the spelling of your Dutch name. If you mistype, you won't find anything. If you type the search term correctly, I promise you, you will get hits. Okay, this is the list of the sources. The updated version is in the online map. Next slide, please. Okay, let's go to the University of Leiden. It has large collections of data online, and they call them the digital collections. So it's the library of the University of Leiden, and they have several different collections. And the reason is that in former times, big institutes like Koninklijk Instituut voor de Tropen, in short, KIT, or KITLV, het Koninklijk Instituut voor Taal, Land en Volkenkunde, those were very known institutes that had many information of let's say, colonial architecture, but also colonial subjects. The databases of those two collections, of those two institutes, are now at the University of Leiden. And they are preparing to put everything online, to digitize it and put it online. Okay, next. For instance, in this picture, sorry, can we go back one slide? Yes. For instance, this is a dump screen. It says digital collections, and in the search field, you can see maps of KITLV, and it says it's under construction. But I have tried to find a few maps of Medan, and you can see here a part of the map of Medan. It's a very map of around 1900, with the let's say the inventory number DC45-2. So all kinds of maps are in the digital collection of Leiden. Next slide, please. And what they have, this is the link, Digital Collections University Leiden. All collections, if you look into the search field Medan, you get 8,525 hits. That's a lot. Colonial Sources Kit, as I mentioned, Koninklijk Instituut voor de Tropen, Indonesia, 340. Colonial Journals, 49 hits. Dutch Colonial Maps, 79, about only Medan. Maps, KITLV, which I showed you the picture, it has 57 maps. Photo albums, 11. Well, etc., etc. But these are all kinds of hits from, let's say, 1700 up till 1942. So if you limit them 1900, 1942, it's still a lot. So that's why you have to make a very concrete and very specific question in what you're looking for. So if you look for maps, say I'm looking for a map 1930 or map 1940, etc., etc. Next slide. One very handy short link is the link to search by location. So if you say, I'm looking for maps of Medan, you use this link. If you look for maps, because if you use this link, you can also fill in, for instance, I want to see the maps which you have of Bandung or of Padang or Rostagi or whatever. This is a very nice link for only maps. So remember that. It's also on the updated sources mentioned. Next slide. The National Archive in The Hague. You can enter, you have to fill in your name, and you can check the data or the sources in the National Archive in Holland. And as you can see in the blue tabs, you see archieven, archives, photo collection, kaarten or maps, indexes, etc., etc. And if you check just for Medan, then you will see 201 with hits. So you can see already what's in the collection. Huh? So I would suggest to you to use the 5, if you check for the case studies, to check the National Archive with the correct names. Andri, the next slide here showing, has also a big compartment about the municipal, the pekerjaan umum, as we call it, the burgerlijke openbare werken. You have to remember that in the Dutch Indies, please go one slide back to Andri. No, one slide back. Yes, thank you. If you look at the yellow chart here, you can see K81B, maybe you can read it. It says burgerlijke openbare werken. So every building which was a governmental building was built by the burgerlijke openbare werken, the Department of Burgerlijke Openbare Werken. One object in the 5, one case study is made by the burgerlijke openbare werken. And that is the post office. Post office, Post- en Telegraafkantoor.
It looks like our panel lost connection. Someone needs to contact him. So if you have any questions, you can throw them in the chat. Later on, I would ask the panel to the speaker to answer them. In the meanwhile, try to understand what the doctor is trying to say. Then we try to get him back shortly. Can the organizers contact the doctor? Star USU. Dr. Hugh is not here because he's disconnected. So yeah,
Please wait for 5 minutes because Dr. Kip have a electric problem.
right.
I'm back. Hopefully, yeah. I'm on my
Welcome
mobile.
back.
Sorry for
Welcome
the
back.
delay. Sorry for delay. Can
It's
you
okay.
see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, my laptop went down. Sorry.
No battery.
Yes, I was forgetting the battery. Sorry. Um,
Okay, continue.
I can see the slide Andri. So we have there the burgerlijke openbare werken, which is very important to do research into or finding data about governmental buildings, all kinds of governmental buildings. In this case, we have the post office in Medan. In Holland, they are in the process of digitizing all kinds of information of the burgerlijke openbare werken. Every year, a jaarverslag, an annual report was published. Those were big annual reports with maps of all kinds of buildings, including, for instance, the post office of Medan. If you know what year the post office was built, and you can check the outer facade of the building, you know exactly the date of the building, and you can check the annual reports of jaarverslag. I tried to find online the reports, but they are not mentioned yet in Leiden nor the National Archive in The Hague. Probably they will show up in the coming months, but I'm not sure about this. I tried to find them in a other institute, which is the Staatsbibliothek in Berlin, because the Staatsbibliothek in Berlin has many publications digitized which are about the Dutch colonial period. So also, which is important for you, and this is new, it's a scope for you, the Institute of the Staatsbibliothek in Berlin. And I have to, for all the researchers in Medan and around, it's, if you go to the Staatsbibliothek, you will find so many books that you can enter, that you can read, because they are all in PDF. It's about history of, let's say, the Dutch Indies from 1850 to 1942. Thousands of literature and books you will find there, not only on architecture, but on many subjects. So check it, but be aware you will lose your time because you will stay for hours online checking the Staatsbibliothek. Okay, next slide, please. We go on. Very important for you to check is Delver. Delver is the Royal Library in Delft, the Koninklijke Bibliotheek in Den Haag, sorry. It has books, magazines, journals, digitized from, let's say, the 17th century. So it's very important source for you to use. So we have to check. Yes, one thing I checked, for instance, TipTop for you. And as you can see, it gave a hit with the picture. So we know this one is the object we are looking for. And it has a yeah, it has a picture and also in Dutch the subtitle. So try to copy it and use Google Translate to read what it says. It says Zaterdagavond, Sunday evening, was the official opening of Lunchroom Tip Top, which is it's nice with a date also. The Sumatra Post, which was a newspaper, and the date of publication was 21st of November 1938. And above, you can see the search fields. On the left, you see the kranten, which is in Dutch for newspapers, and then the search term used to find this article. It says Kusawa, which is the address, and Tip Top. And you have to read the menu of the Delver, but then you can, it's Boolean search machine. You can find directly to the object that you are looking for. In this case, Tip Top. Okay, next slide, please. Repository of Delft Technical University. Also, one of your case studies is to be found there, a picture. And if you look good, it will say Gemeentehuis Medan, or Stadhuis, or Town Hall. I have to explain that Stadhuis means house of the town, Stadhuis. Gemeentehuis means house of the gemeente. And gemeente is a Dutch term for, let's say, all kinds of villages or places or cities in the Dutch Indies that became a governmental, how do you say that in English? Let's say in 1902, they decided that the cities in Indonesia and in the Dutch Indies had to become independent with their own governmental government, with their own local government. So it's called a gemeente. So after 1905, the big places in the Dutch Indies became independent gemeentes, became independent cities, also Medan. So that's why they had to have a gemeentehuis, a central home where the government was residing and from where on the city was governed. So that's why this building, gemeentehuis. So it means if you know the background of the foundation of a thing as a local government, you know exactly also what date around what date this building is. Now, so it's not the 18th century, it's not the 19th century, so it's the start of the 20th century. So it's also for the question when or date, it's important to know this one is the beginning of this century. Okay, next, please, next. Hotel de Boer. Hotel de Boer is a small private organization, a commercial institute. So you won't find these kinds of archives of Hotel de Boer. If they have an archive, it's a private archive, which is mostly kept by the company itself. Sometimes they gave their company archives to the bigger ones, to the big local archives, but usually you won't find archives about these small commercial institutes. But a good start for doing research is Google. And I found this one, but it has also a picture. And it says 1936, Medan Hotel de Boer. And it has it says photo and it says then Tropenmuseum Stichting Nationaal Museum van Wildculturen. And Tropenmuseum is a former institute, a former museum, which was part of the KIT, Koninklijk Instituut voor de Tropen. And as I told you, everything, the whole archive of KIT is now at Leiden University. So this picture will be found if you go to the Leiden University and check their photographs and check in for Hotel de Boer, you will find this picture again. Okay, next, please. As I already mentioned, Staatsbibliothek Berlin. It has a digitized collections of many colonial Dutch publications, like for instance, het Verslag der Burgerlijke Openbare Werken, already mentioned, the publications about Pekerjaan Umum. It has also the Regeringsalmanak. And an almanac is a book that was published yearly by the Dutch colonial government, stating and mentioning all persons and institutes that were related to the Dutch colonial government. So here you will find names which can be used or checked if you're looking for governmental buildings, if you're looking for contractors, if you are looking for names of any person that is, for instance, connected to Maidan. If you look at, let's say, 1920, the plague of one of the buildings, and it was saying the architect G. Bos. If you check the Regeringsalmanak of 1920, you will find his name, mentioning him as an architect in Maidan. You will find also the name of the Daniel Mackay, who was Lord Mayor. So these reference books, like the Regeringsalmanak, are a good source to check your found data, and etc., etc. Okay, next one. Here is an example of the Regeringsalmanak. It's from 1913. It has a long list. For instance, de ingenieurs bij de Waterstaat. And the Waterstaat is Pekerjaan Umum. And here you can see the head engineers, the engineers first class, second class, third class. And also is mentioned where they worked. So you can check if they were stationed in Maidan or in Delhi, etc., etc. At the moment, I'm trying to fill in, checking all the names at the Regeringsalmanak to put it in a database with the location where they worked every year, which is around 900 pages. But if we put all the names in a database, we can work with the database and find out where certain engineers were working. So if we have a governmental building, let's say in Maidan from 1910, and we don't know the architect or we don't know the names of people involved in the building or design, we can check this database and say, hey, we have 5 names of persons who were connected to Maidan at that period. So those 5 names will give you a clue where you have to look further for. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's go to the case studies. We have the Raadhuis or Gemeentehuis Town Hall in Maidan. We have Hotel de Boer. We have the office of a kantoor, Delhi Spoorwegmaatschappij. We have Tip Top. And we have the post office. Already mentioned the address list and the list of the sources also is very helpful. It's called the questions case study of today. And it's a kind of guideline how to do research within these 5 case studies. It's 4 pages. It's not mandatory, but it's just to help you in finding your information by doing the steps chronically and also systematically to fill in the 4 or 5 W's, and then to go further on. On page 2, on those questionnaire or questions case studies, you will find what kind of institutes, what kind of sources you have to check. if you are for a specific question. And I also have put some questions for you in this questionnaire that you can answer, and it will be helpful for you to understand how you do research. Okay. Next case. This is the questionnaire, and check this one. So it will help you to do your research. If you're looking at the 5 case studies now, we have the names already of the case studies, and the names of the objects, names of the buildings. We have the addresses, present day, but also the old addresses are mentioned already. In some cases, you know by the function of the old original buildings, why they were built, huh? And what was the reason for building it. Post office was just, of course, to have a post office in Medan. So you have in some cases already 3 W's to find. So I guess I'm at the end of my reading. It's almost 1 hour now. Next slide. I guess I'm there. Yes, this is it. I wish everyone good luck with doing the study cases, and I'm anxious to know how much people can find. Okay, thank you.
Right, Dr. Curry, thank you for the very detailed search of how to find the data, more on how to find and lots of websites
Yes.
for you to refer to do your assignment and hands-on, during hands-on or whatever. But the initial idea of this lecture this afternoon is for you to know that there are many sources that's available around the world for you to capture in any building that you want to research about. So one day, if you graduate as an architecture student, you can become a historian architecture, where you want to relive back your own country's heritage values, like Malaysia, if from your ITM, and from the Indonesian, they can relive back not only on Medan, but maybe around Indonesia itself. And maybe one day you can collaborate with Dr. Hugh Akhari for further studies with him, or maybe you want to be his so-called underling, or maybe a tutor or whatever. But I want to continue on. If there's any students or participant want to ask questions directly or message on the chat box. If not, we can continue going to the presentation for each group. So let's start with.
Well, as you said, Abdul, this was just focused on Medan, but digging for data and the way we do research into online sources, it's not, of course, general review, general research. It can be applied for many cases, and it doesn't matter in what country you are. It's a general idea of how to do research online using specific tools that could be used, and it's just our experience in for the online sources that are in Holland and in Indonesia, how to do specific research of colonial architecture. But if we want to talk about, let's say, Malay architecture, it's in fact the same principle.
Yeah, same methods. Yeah, thank you. Just want to cross-check with all of you. Did you guys manage to capture the QR code and to check the folder that the doctor has already shared with you all? Do you manage that, or there are some students didn't get that? Can our organizer just that slide if you guys didn't manage to get the
Hi, Dr. Mr. Abdul,
Yeah.
they already finished all of the assignment, so maybe
Okay.
now I can spin the wheel.
All right, sure. So I'll let the operator to spin the wheel to who present first. Wheel of Fortune. Okay, please press. Okay, looks like. What's that? Spin again. Have a winner. Okay, group number 3. Group number 3. Okay, I'll leave the floor to group number 3 for 10 minutes and then a feedback from Dr. Hib Atihari. Okay, the floor is yours.
Who's talking?
No talking yet. We're searching for the group members to
Oh,
present.
sorry.
Group
Okay.
number 3, who's the members of group number 3? Can you please resurface from the water? Is there anyone that I could call upon? Members of group number 3? From UiTM or maybe from USU?
Okay, I'm
All right,
from
thank you.
Nobody?
Okay. Good good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nava. I'm from Group 3, and I wanted to presentation our project about digging for data, case study of X Radhuis or Gimentii. For first content is what is the building? Radhuis was known as a city hall town in town hall in year 1908. This building is used for Medan City Hall. It has now been revitalized into a cafe. It was the colonial building types. And then who was designed? The architect of this building, new woven architects came and involved in Indonesia is carried by the young Dutch architect, also influenced the colonial building in Indonesia to include Medan City. This project, new bone expressions is evident in building like PD Pasar Office, Paradiso Swimming Pool, and Mandiri Medan City Hall, and characterized by curve, shape, and expressive ornament and decorative element. And then content of when it's established the X radius established as a town hall in year 1908, and then in year 1908 until 1970, this building administrative and government center of Medan. And then
1916 until now, this building become a cultural heritage site. And third content is where is located. The building is located on the Jalan Balai Kota number 2, Kesawan, Kota Medan, and the original name of Jalan Balai Kota was Kramer Way. That's our presentation. Thank you.
All right. Okay, shall I give some feedback?
Yep,
Okay,
you're most
Thank-
welcome.
thank you for your presentation of the ex-Raadhuis gemeentehuis, where you are trying to ask or trying to answer the 5 W's. My first question is, you know exactly, it's a town hall, former raadhuis, former gemeentehuis, or in English, town hall. You also say the location, which is of course known now because it's still present there. It's still there in Medan. You have the present address, and you also have found the old address, which is Kremerweg. You're also mentioning a date, 1908. My question is, what is your source? How do you know this building is from 1908? Can someone explain this to me? How did you find it? Because I'm asking you, and this is also for digging for data, the sixth step of doing research is to make a reference to your findings. So if you find data in sources, you have to write down where you have found the data. So if you are writing about this building and say building was original, no, from 1908, you have to mention what the source is of this finding. Let's say in a footnote, we have found the data 1908 in a publication written by D with the article and the page. So we can check for further research if this is right or wrong. So it's also part of your research is to document your findings. That's one thing. You also see the pictures, and what I'm interested in is that where did you find the pictures? So that's also part of doing research, that you document every finding. So if you see this first picture with 1908, it's an old black and white picture. And the question is, from where is this picture? What is the source? So remember, if you checking an object and you find something about the object, you have to write down also what the source is of your findings. And it is not only the date or the person that you can find, but it's also that you have to write down the source of the pictures or the maps that you are using for doing research. Did you find any name of the architect? That's the second question. Can anybody answer that of the group? And if not, if you didn't find it, it's maybe a nice task to try to find the name of the architect. If you use Wikipedia, and I'm saying this, Wikipedia is of course a kind of source which is written by people, private persons. Sometimes you have to be very careful with the information found at Wikipedia, because it's not always true what it is saying. Usually it's not wrong, it's wrong, because they don't give any reference to the findings. Sometimes, if you see at the Wikipedia references, like say in the footnote, this finding we have found in this and this, you can check the reference, and you can say, well, maybe this is a serious piece of information which we can use. The architect of the building is known, and the state of the building was different originally than it is now. We see now a small tower on top of the building, but there is a story about the tower, the small tower on top, which was placed on the old original building in 1912. And it was a present by one of the leading Chinese figures in Medan. So this is extra information which can be found by using, for instance, Delver, the Dutch library in The Hague. If you use that Delver, for instance, you can see the story of the Raadhuis of Medan. For instance, I found at least 4 important articles about the Raadhuis, and also at Leiden University, a picture with the name of the architect. So maybe you should, and if I don't know if you have time after this, to go further into Delver and in Leiden to check the sources and to make it more complete, the case study. So I wish you luck. This is a first step, of course, but yeah, try to go further into the online sources like Delver and like what does it say? Leiden University Digital Collections.
All right, Doctor.
Yeah,
for this group, it's already up for 5 minutes. So this group, please take note the comments that has been given by our speaker. Can we roll on to the next group? Operator is gonna spin the wheel.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay, number 2, I guess. Congratulations. The second group, number 2. They say when people clapping. So X Hotel de Boer, group number 2. Maybe we can have a representative from your item.
Yes, I will be presenting.
Very good. Please proceed, Danish.
Okay. First and foremost, Assalamualaikum to Encik Abdul Rahman, my lecturer, and greetings to Dr. Philip Hakiari, and thank you for your feedback on the previous group and the lecture you have given us before this. So I will proceed with our group presentation, which is Hotel de Boer. For the first W for our case study is what? Hotel de Boer in Medan was a historic hotel located in Medan, Indonesia. The hotel itself was established in the 20th century, which is 1998, during the Dutch colonial period, and became one of the most famous and prestigious hotels in the city. It was originally known as Hotel de Boer and was a symbol of luxury and European style hospitality in Medan. Okay. Then moving on to why it was, we're moving on to who built the hotel itself. So unfortunately for the architect, it is unknown who built the hotel, but we know who was involved in the building of the hotel, which is a person named Aint Herman de Boer. I guess probably he was the hotel owner itself. And then Why did he choose to build the hotel? And the reason is, as Medan grew into a key hub for trade and plantation activities, the demand for high quality accommodations increased. So, Hotel de Boer was established to provide luxury lodging and amenities that met European standards, catering to the needs of European travelers and businessmen. So it became like a center for these European travelers and businessmen to go and stay while doing the plantation activities during their colonial times. So there are three main reasons why this hotel was built. First is colonial administration, which is the first reason. Second is social and cultural hub, and the third reason I believe is uh, accommodation for European travelers, which is the first reason I read just now.
And the fourth reason is also for him, Mr. de Boer, just commercially, yeah, to make profit.
Oh yeah.
It's a commercial thing, yeah, an enterprise hotel. So but that's personal, huh? Okay.
So I think the fifth W, which is where it was built. It was built opposite the new post office, surrounded, and it was surrounded by a large number of apartments in the bungalow style. The hotel itself was located at the northwest corner of the Esplanade, Lapangan Merdeka, at a handsome dining hall and rich looking apartments for guests well night perfect. So yeah, that was our case study.
Okay. Thank you very much for your clear information, for your nice explanation. Group 2, Hotel de Boer, and the answers of the five W's, what, when, who, why, and where, are explained and found. Also, my question is, where did you find this information?
Mostly the information is general information provided by Google, and one of them is from a website called thetik.com, I believe.
Pardon?
Thetik.com. Yeah, on Google. Yeah.
Oh, Google. So you
Google,
use
yes.
Google to find the information first.
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically where the information, like the specific books or articles, they didn't provide, but yeah, it gave us a website.
And if you find Google, if you try Google in Indonesia, do you get any Dutch links to the Boer, or is it only Indonesian? Because I'm just realizing that if I'm looking using Google here in Holland, in the Netherlands, they link me to links of Dutch articles, Dutch websites, etc., etc. Maybe that's a kind of because Google here is location, so if you use Google here in Holland, they will address you to links, Dutch links. So I have different sources, secondary sources, than probably you have found in Indonesia. So this is also something which we have to take in consideration, that the outcome of using Google could be different than if I use it in Holland. For instance, I found a quite extensive article about Hotel de Boer through Google by a small institute that was writing about Hotel de Boer. I also didn't find any architect, but maybe I can help you in how things worked at that time in Indonesia. Private companies like hotels, for instance, Hotel de Boer, at that time in 1998, let's say officially trained architects were not available in Indonesia at that time, in the Dutch Indies. People that were designing buildings were well-trained military men, like engineers, military engineers. They also designed mostly the official buildings used by the military men. And if they were with their pension, didn't work anymore, they still worked for the people who stayed in the Dutch Indies at that time, such as, for instance, the Boer. So it doesn't surprise me if we find a name which will be an old military engineer, which is common, who made the first drawings of the building. Other thing is that at that time also we had a lot of contractors, and most of the contractors were either Dutch, but also Chinese contractors. But the problem is that we don't have documentation of those Chinese contractors. But the circumstances at that time were that, let's say, the old military engineers made the drawings of the buildings, and the buildings itself were built by Chinese contractors. So if you want to find data about this, I guess you have to check local archives if possible, or local magazines that are still available, let's say from 1889, mentioning Hotel de Boer. So my tip is to go back to your, for instance, to Delft and check Hotel de Boer with the name and also the date 1898. Probably you will find some Dutch articles or advertisements that underline the findings that you have now. That's it. It's a lot. It's when they mentioned this one as case study, I said, this is quite difficult because there is not much to find about Hotel de Boer. But I'm glad you did find anything. So it's a starting point, because you have some leads. You know the name, Mr. Herman de Boer Eind, who was a Frisian entrepreneur who came to Indonesia. You know the name, Hotel de Boer. And check also old photographs as from the kit collection or KTLV. Also there you will find some pictures. And what you also can check is the book Beeld van Medan, which I have given you PDF in the folder. The hotel is mentioned with pictures a couple of times. Okay, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for the feedback. Yeah, I agree with you that our Google state where each different countries will prompt up the different results. So that one, if you have a VPN, maybe you can VPN to somewhere where Dr. Hib is living. Yeah. So let's go on to the next group. So there will be group 1 and group 4 left. Let's spin the wheel. All right, group number 1, congratulations. Let's have some fun for a bit. Okay, so group number 1. Let's continue. Who will be presenting from group number 1? So we already had a boy and a girl and from UITM.
Dr. Pos.
Post office.
I'll be presenting the screen first,
All right,
and I'll
you.
let my friend Wella. I'll let my friend Wella to start presenting.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, maybe I will start. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We are from Group 1 and we are excited to present our topic on post-block Medan. This historic 111-year-old building has undergone a remarkable transformation. evolving from a Dutch colonial post office into a vibrant creative hub that plays a significant role in the Medan community. Throughout our presentation, we will explore how the collaboration between PT Pos Property Indonesia and PT Ruang Kreatif Pos successfully revitalized this architectural landmark.
Sorry, is there someone near you that is on the speaker? Can that person be
Okay.
volume down to the minimum?
A lot of
Yeah,
echo.
yeah, it's you know.
Okay, sir. How about
Thank
now?
you. Yeah, now it's
better.
better, but if you can lower it down more, then it's better. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Through our presentation, we will explore how the collaboration between PT Pos Property Indonesia and PT Ruang Kreatif Pos successfully revitalized this architectural. Is it still?
Yeah,
it's,
still.
it's,
I
it's,
think
sorry.
it's
I
even
think
worse.
I think just the volume for the laptop or whatever, or maybe they can wear the headphone.
I already work.
Not you, the other
Oh.
computer.
Okay. How
Someone
about
else's. Yeah, now it's okay. I think. So try again.
I think I will try again.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, now it's better. There's no echo.
Okay, thank you.
Continue.
Throughout our presentation, we will explore how the collaboration between PT Pos Property Indonesia and PT Ruang Kreatif Pos successfully revitalized this architectural landmark. Pos Blok Medan now serves as a center for cultural, social, and educational activities, blending its rich historical value with modern-day functionality. We hope to provide you with valuable insight into how this space has become a vital part of the city creative landscape in Medan. Pos Blok Medan, formerly the Medan Post Office, is a 111-year-old Dutch colonial building that has been transformed into a vibrant creative hub. After 6 months of renovation, this historical landmark now serves as a multifunctional space, attracting creative communities and hosting various cultural and social activities. The collaboration between PT Pos Property Indonesia and PT Ruang Kreatif Pos has preserved the building architectural heritage while giving it a new lease on life as a center for learning, community engagement, and events. The building showcase a hybrid of Gothic and traditional architectural styles, featuring tile floor, tile roof, and reinforced concrete pillars. This blend of historical and modern elements makes Pos Blok Medan a unique destination in the city where history meets contemporary creativity. Maybe Zara will continue the presentation.
So, Pos Blok Medan is centrally located in Kesawan, a historic district in Medan City, North Sumatra, Indonesia, known for its colonial buildings and heritage site. Situated on Jalan Pos Blok Medan, this area is near the North Sumatra Bank Monument, recognized as the zero point of Medan City. So the monument, originally called the Nine Highs Fountain or the Paris Van Sumatra Fountain, has undergone renovation that have altered its original shape. Next, for Rizika, maybe.
I will be presenting for the why the post office Medan is built. Okay, the first post office in Medan was opened in 1882, located in the north side of the station spleen. It was upgraded to a combined post and telegraph office in 1887. However, in 1892, it went an expansion, and the initial space of the building has become crowded, and so they started discussing of like creating a new location for a post office in Medan. Yeah. I'll give back to Zara to present of who designed the post office.
So, Pos Blok is designed by A.R. Simons New from Burgerlijk. Openbeer Werken is a Dutch colonial administration established and managed the ex-post office as a part of its vital postal infrastructure. So, next.
For when, I'll be presenting for the when. It was established during the Dutch colonial era in 1920s until 1940s, and in 2011 it reached the age of 100 years. The construction began in 1909 and was completed in 1911. And the building is inaugurated in 1913, and these days, in the present times, the post office is revitalized as a cultural and a creative space for the people in Medan. That I think that's all. That's all from us.
Okay, thank you for your presentation with all the different members. Nicely done, I have to say. A few remarks. Let's start with who. You see a picture of a Dutch engineer, and AR, you say AR is a misspelling. It should be ER. And ER is a shortage for engineer. Ingenieur. ER. So it's ER engineer Simon Snuif from Burgerlijke Openbare Werken. And the story behind him is that he was an architect, trained well in design and in designing buildings. And he was appointed at the Burgerlijke Openbare Werken, which was a department, a kind of, as you can say, a ministry of Burgerlijke Openbare Werken, Pekerjaan Umum, which was responsible for all the governmental buildings in Indonesia. And by that time, and we're talking about 1905, you have to remember that at that time, a lot of people and companies came to Indonesia because the 1870s, the colony, the Dutch colony of the Dutch Indies, was opened up for private capital. It meant that a lot of companies came to Indonesia and people, and they had to be housed. So that's why many cities in Indonesia, like Medan, were growing fast. And the infrastructure also had to be made. Hence, the introduction of local governments, like the city of Medan, but also they had to impose an institute that was responsible for all the new buildings that had to be made, had to be built, and had to be designed for the governmental services. And one of the services was the post and telegraph service all over the Dutch Indies. And one very important one was Medan because of the plantations, etc., and the growth of Medan. Hence, that they had to build so many post offices all over Indonesia. They started to form a specific office, a building office, a design office within the Ministry of Burgerlijke Openbare Werken in 1908. So from that date on, a lot of governmental buildings were designed by this office, and head of this office was Mr. Ingenieur Simon Snuif. So if we look at all the post offices in the years 1990, 10, 1911, 1912, 1913, we know exactly the designer, the architect is Simon Snuif, who was responsible for the designs. So also for Medan, of course. And the drawings, and you show one here in the middle, and the plan, the floor plan of the post office, it's a image of the official drawing, which were published in, as I mentioned earlier, the annual reports of the Burgerlijke Openbare Werken. So all kinds of drawings are in those annual reports. My question is, where did you find this? Where did you find the drawing? Is it from a publication? Because you're mentioning one publication, Mr. Budiman, BM 2024. Was it published in that book? And where did you find the picture of Mr. Snuff? Good question. It's the same again for all the groups. What is your reference? Where did you find the information? Because I'm
yes.
interested to check down where did you find your information.
Okay, for the picture of the for the engineer Simon Sneff, it's a Google search. Like the full name of his full name of his full name of his in the Google search engine, and he was like top 10 pictures. That specific picture is like top 10 pictures. So assuming it's probably him. Yeah. The for the floor plans, it is from Budiman BM, and they did discussed about how the building, like basically the discussion of how the building is, discussed and how it's being built.
Okay. There is also mentioning in the online folder publications, and I'm mentioning my own book. And in this book, we have a picture of Mr. Snuff. But you can see here, this is him. But if you look well, the picture on your presentation is mirrored. See? So
Yeah, it is mirrored, yes.
So this is how they treat information. So the picture here is actually a wrong picture because it's mirrored. So if they do that with buildings or whatever, you get a misconception of the building itself. So this is an example how you have to be careful with your sources and with your findings. And this is an example that they just manage something, do something with the original findings in order to make it more nicer or embellish it or something, whatever. It's a nice example from how they can use the findings and reuse it and present it as being original. So be careful. Yeah, but thank you. And probably you should also go back into the findings of, let's say, Delft and the National Archive in order to try more, to find more data about, let's say, around the starting point of the original post office, which is 1908, 1909. And maybe you can find more about this engineer Snuff, Simon. Use my book. Yeah, but also, and it's also for all the other groups with the case study, try to write down also, document your findings, use references like you did here, Budiman 2024, but you also have to use, for instance, the plans and the pictures used. Thank you. Good luck.
All right, thank you for the third last group. I agree on your point, to give Harry about the mirroring stuff. So a human, we are basically symmetrical. So if we mirror that, it won't be a problem because identity is symmetrical. But if in a building that is not symmetrical, there will be a really big problem. Like if KLCC Malaysia is also symmetrical, but don't put it upside down, that's all. So let's continue on to the last group. We don't have to spin the wheel, I guess. Or you want to see the spinning wheel for fun afternoon. Okay, let's continue on to the last group. Or was it the group number 4, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so last group number 4 and number 4. So who will be presenting? Is it Nabil?
I'm gonna present
All right, my student. Please proceed.
All right, so very good evening to Dr. Akhiri and Encik Abdul Rahman. So today the presentation of our group will discuss about the building in X Warren Hughes device. Okay, we are from under lecturer Mr. Punto Wijayanto. Okay, in this discussion, we will discuss about the building, specifically about 5 Ws, which is consists of what, when, where, who, and why. Okay, so first about the building. The building is named X Warren Hughes building, and typology of the building was a warehouse actually. Was and then we can see the form of the building consists of the I-shaped European classical facade building. The top of the window is glass top windows and have a structure that use sturdy below. If we can see in the images, the columns of the building are exposed. They use exposed columns for aesthetic appeal, and also function as the historical elements in the building forms lah. Okay, next next about the where the building is located. In where we will tell about the building is specifically the location of the building at Hindu Street, Kesawan, West Medan District City, and also near to Ahmad 7th Street, Kesawan Village, which is at the West Medan District. So this is the specific address where the location of the building is located. And then go to the when. So this is the timeline where evolution of the building from 1919 until 2019. So during 1919, the building is
Mr. Nabil, I think you better switch off your camera because it takes a lot of data. It's more clearer. And Mr. Nabil's frozen. Maybe another group member that can present. Your internet connection is really poor. Can someone save him, please?
Disconnected. Huh?
He's still there, but the internet connection is really poor. Can a group member cover for him? It's disconnected now. Someone else? He can text you the script. Anyone from Nabil's group? Who else is in Nabil's group? Irshad, are you in Nabil's group? No.
I'm from group 1.
Who's from Nabil's group? When we have like another 5 minutes for the presentation to finish, and then a feedback from Dr. Akhiri. Come on, guys. Don't tell me Nabil is on his own in the group. Looks like they haven't finished it. What should we do? Nur Khairunisa, are you from Numbers Group? No?
Okay, shall I start something?
Yeah,
To,
maybe. Yeah. I think you should start.
Okay. I'm surprised that we have a different object now, because I was expecting to see something of the Toko Tip Top in Kesawan, which is a different building than this one. That doesn't matter. I have been here several times in this Warenhuis at Hüttenbach, as it says, and already showed two plaques which are at the main entrance at the corner. You can see one of the date of 1920 by the architect G. Bos with one S, not two S's, and the plaque with the first stone laying of by the Lord Mayor Daniel Mackay. And so we have the date, we have the location, we have also the name of the building and the function. It was a warehouse, selling all kinds of goods for Medan people. And at that time it was, like a big storehouse, which gives supplies for all the customers that could pay the wares. I'm a little bit, how do you say this? Surprised about a few pictures on this leaflet. For instance, the second one and the fourth on the right, asking myself what it is, because on the right side, we can see that the picture is mirrored. You can see it also on the title of underneath the roof. You can see it is in mirror. If you enlarge it, you can see it's almost not readable, but you can see, well, the text shown is not on the right order. It says handel on the left side, but it is in the mirror side. So the picture should be mirrored also. But the question is, this is not the Hüttenbach warehouse. This on the second on the right, it is, but on the third, the second on the left, I'm wondering what kind of building this is. This is not a Hüttenbach warehouse. So my question is why this picture is in this leaflet. What we also have to be aware of, if you design, on the designer, you're mentioning the name of the architect. And this is what I mentioned with being very careful with writing down your findings. The name is Bos of the architect, G. Bos, with one S, B-O-S. But here it says B-O-S-S. So be very careful with spelling, because if your spelling is not right, you can't do further research if you use Bos with double S as a search term for further research. Yeah, that is. And also, what is good, they have mentioned the source name, for instance, under designer and commissioner, it says Post Sumatra should be with the date 1918. But the real name should be Sumatra Post, because that's the name of the newspaper. And the date 1918, what should be added is the day of the publication. It's a newspaper, so it was published daily. So what also should be included is the date of publication. And for instance, let's say the 5th of May. If you only say 1918, and I have to check Sumatra Post, I have to go through 356 papers to find this one. So please be careful with referencing and be accurate also with the names and with the dates. That's my remark.
All right. So basically it's done for all of the groups for this afternoon. It's a very long afternoon. It's very good feedback from you, Dr. Akihari. Make sure you guys get your references correctly, even so it's on a poster. Because people wants to view it whether it's legit information that you're giving to the readers of your posters. All right, so with that is a wrap for our session this afternoon. I believe that we have a token of appreciation to Dr. Akihari. So, okay, we are giving you a plaque and a certificate online for the presentation for you.
Thank you.
So, clap hands everybody. Yay. So here it goes. All right. With that ceremony, online ceremony, it's very first time for me having that experience. Okay, with that, I'll give back to the MC.
First of all, thank you very much for being the moderator, Abdul, and all the participants. Thank you very much for being so attentive, and hopefully it will help you in your further research into doing research into buildings in general, and especially buildings in Medan. Keep up the good work, jobs, and have a good time there. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
See you hopefully soon in Medan.
Thank you, Pak Wip.
You. Bye-bye. Oh,
Bye.
hello. See you.
Hello.
All right, thank you, Dr. and Mr. Abdul. As a token of appreciation to Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman for moderating the second session,
the International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman. Thank you, Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman.
Just wondering if the plague is real. If it's real, you can pass to my student when they come back from Indonesia.
To Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman.
and just like that, we have reached the end of our amazing International Summer Course Architecture 2024 program. Learning together make the time zip by in the possible way.
It's been a breeze today, thanks to the fascinating material and our incredible presenters.
In the first session, we learned about DG for data. Now we understand about DG for data, and we can learn how to work with DG for data.
We know a lot about looking at data and information about a building, when the building was built, who the architect and contractor were, how the construction process was, and where the building is located, and all photos of the buildings. Usually stores information about heritage buildings.
And today's group project gave us a great opportunity to connect and get to know each other better through meaningful conversations.
Also, before we end today's meeting, we are going to take some documentaries. So for all participants, please turn on your camera.
Okay, we will call the participants Fitri Azara.
Azara, please turn on your camera.
Okay, for the first slide. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, for the second slide, there are Muhammad Hayati, Putri, Nurul, Amir, Musyifa, Patricia, Laura, Nurfara, Fairusna, Razan, Natasha, and others. Please turn on your camera.
For escort, also please turn on your camera.
Okay. We will take a picture in 3, 2, 1. Cheers. Okay.
Alright, so great.
But don't forget to fill up the presence links and see you at the next meeting, which is tomorrow, with the schedule that has been determined. It is expected for all participants to be present on time according to the schedule so that we can start the class on time too. Okay, we will play a song and please fill up the presence links before the song ends.
If you have a problem or if you are confused about ISTIA, you all can send an email or chat to the contact from Linktree that we have given to you. And once again, don't forget to read the program book and don't forget to fill up your presence link.
Okay, operator, please play the song. Okay, on behalf of the entire team, we want to say a massive thank you to everyone who joins us. Your energy and enthusiasm make this program unforgettable.
Until we meet again, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep shining. Thank you, everyone, and take care.
Goodbye and take care, everyone. You may fill up the present link right now.
Right now.
Okay, you can leave the Zoom meeting.
Bye-bye, Luis.
Selayang pandang, hati di dalam rasa bergoncang. Jangan ragu dan jangan bimbang. Ini lagu selayang pandang. Lama sudah tidak ke ladang, tinggi rumput dari lalang. Lama tak ku pandang, hatiku bimbang. Lama tak ku pandang. bayangkan mo pancur sisada melameringis mo bagai turang alemar di dakalak mo bekel masada